Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. Got like 65 45's that I pulled out tonight. All of them, except maybe 2 or 3, are all your requests. And I was able to get through about half of them. So the second half of the show are all Charlene's input, so I didn't get a chance to check a lot of that stuff, so I'm going to wing it at that point. But welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Johnny G's here to spin original vinyl 45's. We do it from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight. Probably going to be here till 1 o'clock, so sit back. If you got 4 hours, relax on your sofa. If you're watching on the 50-inch TV like the Tom Shaughnessy's doing, because you can watch your show on your TV if you have an iTV, or your phone, as I got more people coming into the chat room there. But anyway, we opened up tonight actually with an instrumental request for listener Big Dave Swinger. This musician, he signed with Larry Newton's Derby label back in 1949. He would have 21 releases for the Derby folks. Now, Big Dave requested his 19th. This is a song he wrote. He's tenor saxophonist Freddie Mitchell with a tune called Hot Ice. That reminds me of another song, though, on the Scott label, I think. But my copy is the Maroon Derby on red vinyl. It looks really cool. I had to clean it this morning, and I was showing my father. He goes, "Oh, that's a nice color." Anyway, it's from May 1951. Freddie Mitchell, the Freddie Mitchell Orchestra on the Derby label. It's called Hot Ice. That's going out to Big Dave Swinger. I don't know if he's in the chat room yet. Maybe he is. But, of course, he also had other releases on Mercury, Coral, and Jubilee. Well, enough of my babbling here. Let's get to the vocal portion. And I really love this next record. It's, I think Alan Freed, and Marvin Pod, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think Alan Freed played this on his Wins program in New York City. The group consisted of 2 females and 3 males, and it's their first of 2 they had on High Weiss's Old Town record label. It features Gwen Edwards on lead, so we open up the vocal portion from July 56 on the Old Town label with the Coeds, and their song called Love You Baby All the Time.
Oh, wop wop shooby dooby dooby doo. Oh, wop wop shooby dooby dooby. Oh, wop wop shooby dooby doo. Bo 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 bo. Oh,
I love you, baby. Want you by my side. I need you, baby. Be my loving God. Well, come on, baby. Love me all the time. I love you, baby. Have you by my side.
All I know is if I was listening to Alan Freed back in July of 1956 and I heard that record, I'd probably go down to my local record shop and I'd purchase the 45 and the 78 of that record. Yes, I would. I have that on a 78 too, by the way. Anyway, July 1956 there for Gwen Edwards. Gwen Edwards on lead with the Co-Eds. Highweiss's Old Town record label, the first of two on Old Town. Love You Baby All the Time. For you collectors out there, that has to be first presses came out on The Ropes versus The Lines. I think that comes out with The Lines too. And actually her second press, it's kind of weird. Lines on one side, Ropes on the other. Really weird with a lot of the Old Town presses. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Johnny G wants to get up to 1,000 subscribers so I could start doing some specials during the week. So that's what we want to do. Let's continue now. Now here's the flip side from last week. As listener Ronnie Sherman requested the vocal tones on Bess Berman's Apollo record label, their third release on Apollo. He requested the ballad My Version of Love, which is a killer ballad. The flip side is a killer jump. It features Bobby Johnson on lead. Let's go to August 1956. The vocal tones on Apollo. It's called I'll Never Let You Go. I think that's Jimmy Wright on the orchestra, folks. Sounds like a Jimmy Wright saxophone to me. Those are the vocal tones there. Vocal tones with Bobby Johnson on lead. Great two-sided 45 from August 1956. That's their third release on Bess Berman's Apollo record label. I'll Never Let You Go is the name of that tune there. Johnny G spins the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s edition. And this is an early side requested by Nat's younger brother. I think you're the younger brother, Angelo. This is requested by Angelo Papagallo, listening in the state of Maine. But it's the B-side to this group's debut single on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. I'm talking about the Dominoes here. They're early, at least I think they're the first few sides they came out as the Dominoes, and it was Billy Ward and the Dominoes. Now the A side It was a big R&B hit for them. A number you wouldn't know what the price of this record though if you can find a clean copy. This was a number 6 R&B hit. The A side, a thing called "Do Something for Me," which is I'm going to play that next week with Clyde McPhatter on lead. But Angelo requested the flip side, features the bass lead of Bill Brown. This one goes way back to December of 1950. Johnny G was not yet even thought of. My mother was in high school at the time. These are the Dominoes by request for Angelo Papagallo on the Federal record label, the bass lead of Bill Brown. It's called Chicken Blues.
If you don't like chicken, leave that hen alone. Well, if you don't like chicken, leave that hen alone. She'll give you so much chicken you cannot do a thing but moan. You're a big red rooster, but that don't mean nothing. Well, you're a big red rooster, but that don't mean nothing. If you mess around with her, she surely will clip your wings. She give you chicken with your coffee, chicken with your wine. Chicken, chicken, chicken till you lose your mind. If you don't like chicken, leave that hen alone. She'll give you so much chicken you cannot do a thing but moan. You holler, chicken, stay away from me. Fried chicken, chicken, stay away from me. Stewed chicken, chicken, stay away from me. French fried chicken, chicken, stay away from me. All chicken, chicken, stay away from me. She gave you chicken in the morning, chicken afternoon. Chicken, 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 eat the harvest moon. Well, if you don't like chicken, leave that hen alone. She'll give you so much chicken you cannot do a thing but moan. Chicken, but moan. Chicken, but moan. Chicken.
That's for all you chicken lovers out there like Kenny Mack. I like chicken, although I haven't had much fried chicken. I have, when I was on my diet, I lost 100 pounds at one point. Actually, 118 pounds at one point. With Weight Watchers, I was very successful the first time. Had a lot of chicken. But anyway, that's going out to Angelo Papagallo, December 1950. The Dominoes there with the bass lead of Bill Brown on the Gold Top Federal record label. Chicken Blues is the name of that one. That's not an easy record to find, I can tell you that much. It's not really in mint condition. It plays pretty decent. Spence sold me that 45. Anyway, let's continue here. And I have some really cool R&B requests tonight. I think John Ferry requested a couple that are pretty good. And this, a new listener, if I pronounce your name correctly, Indrajit Avani. Indrajit Avani, who's been a lot of the new listeners have been communicating on my YouTube wall, which is fine because I get those emails and then I send them to Charlene if they are requests. So He requested this singer from Omaha, Nebraska, and I collect the King record label, and I would collect everything that would come out on the King label. So that would include single artists, vocal group harmony, blues, and cool R&B. But this singer, originally from Omaha, Nebraska, moved to Los Angeles in 1940. First recording for Decca Records in 1944, but in 1947 he signed with Sid Nathan's King label to have about 39 releases. Now, you may know his second release. He had the original version of Good Rockin' Tonight, but Indrajit requested his 17th, which was a big number 6 R&B hit for him, and this is something that Johnny G has tonight. It's the title of the song. This is from July 1951, going out to Indrajit Avani. This is Wynonie Harris on Sid Nathan's King Records. We heard one on Federal. This is one on King. It's called Bloodshot Eyes.
Now just because you're pretty and you think you're mighty wise, you tell me that you love me, then you roll those big brown eyes. When I saw you last week, your eyes were turning black. Go find the guy that beat you up, ask him to take you back. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me. I can tell you've been out on a spree. It's plain that you're lying when you say that you've been crying. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me. Now I used to spend my money to make you look real sweet. I wanted to be proud of you when we walk down the street. Now don't ask me to dress you up in satin and in silk. Your eyes look like 2 cherries in a glass of buttermilk. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me. I can tell that you've been out on a spree. It's plain that you're lying when you say that you've been crying. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me. Now I guess our little romance has finally simmered down. You should join a circus. You'd make a real good clown. Your eyes look like a road map. I'm scared to smell your breath. You'd better shut your peepers before you bleed to death. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me. I can tell you've been out on a spree. It's plain that you're lying when you say that you've been crying. Don't roll those bloodshot eyes at me.
That's some up-tempo R&B there for Wynonie Harris. Wynonie Harris on Sid Nathan's King record label, July 1951, Bloodshot Eyes. That's going out to Indrajit Advani. There you go. How about a twin spin on Sid Nathan's King record label? Now, this is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki, and this group is out of Harlem, New York, and they formed by 2 ex-members of the Dominoes that we heard a little bit earlier. We heard from Bill Brown, and he was lead on Chicken Blues, and Charlie White, also a member of the Dominoes. They got together to form this group. This was their second release on the King record label. It features John Carnegie on lead. This is going out to Daniel in our YouTube chat room, November 1952. The Checkers on the King label. It's called Night's Curtains.
When star. I wonder, oh my darling, just where you are, whose arms, oh my dear one, holding you tight. Do you still remember those blissful nights? Night when you hold me and whisper in my ear. Well, night when you told me
I love
these are the nights I remember and wish there was certain. Then I'll be with you always. When night draws its curtain.
As by request for Daniel Kubacki there, the great sound of the Checkers, November 1952. That's their second release on Sid Nathan's King record label. Night's Curtains is the name of that one. John Carnegie on lead. I have that on the 78 too. Marvin, you asked me a question. The flip side of the it's called Confessin' the Blues. Now remember, the original on the King has to have the double A's or the single A's, at least on the number series 4461. I'm pretty good with the originals on the King. I don't think the Night Curtains does not have the A's or the double A's. I think it's switched because that's a later number. Yeah, 4581. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you like what you're hearing, please click the thumbs up. Very important that you do that. Even those of you that watch me on the video, when you can go back, you can always click the thumbs up after the show. If you forget to do it during the show, you can click it after the show or when you go back to the show anyway. But thank you all for being here. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes here now. Here is a request for listener John Ferry in our YouTube chat room. Now, this artist, he's from Brooklyn, New York, and mainly known for his songwriting skill versus his vocal style. But he wrote some big hits for the likes of Little Willie John, Jerry Lee Lewis, Jimmy Jones, and Elvis Presley too, by the way. So I'm sure he made a lot of bucks during his career. But so many other songs that he wrote, even for the most obscure records. But he also first recorded for RCA Records. Now, John requested his debut single. He had 2 releases on the RCA record label. This is his first, of course, a song he wrote. This is from November 1952. This is going out to John Ferry in our YouTube chat room. It's Otis Blackwell. Otis Blackwell on RCA. It's called Wake Up Fool.
Well, if you never had no love, fool, you'd better get it right away. Well, if you never had no love, fool, you'd better get it right away. Take a tip from me, you'll be sorry to your dying day. You'll wake up early in the morning, feeling very lonely and blue. You'll wake up early in the morning, feeling very lonely and blue. But you'll have a much better feeling, you've got somebody next to you. So wake up, fool, don't Don't you wait until it's too late. So wake up, fool. Don't you wait until it's too late. 'Cause when your time has come, you can't come back another day. People say love is wonderful. People say love is grand. People say love is wonderful. People say love is grand. People say love is something you just can't understand. Me, I agree it's wonderful. Kept me in the tears that's been. Me, I agree it's wonderful. Kept me in the tears it's been. It may be hard to understand. It's sure something good to be in. So wake up, fool. Don't you wait until it's too late. So wake up, fool. Don't you wait until it's too late. 'Cause when your time has come, you can't come back another day. 'Cause when your time has come, you can't come back another day.
There you go. That's going out to John Ferry in our YouTube chat room. The great sound of Otis Blackwell as a vocalist there. November 1952 release on RCA Records, his first of two on RCA, called Wake Up Fool. Did I even make the announcement of that? I'm Johnny G losing his mind. Actually, that was his first solo release, but he did record prior to this. He recorded in a duet with Viola Watkins on Jubilee. I think it came out maybe 3 months earlier than this release. But he had other solo releases on Atlantic and Date and Cub and MGM. I have all those 45's by him. Unfortunately, he passed away on May 6, 2002 of a heart attack. He was 71 years old, as we remember him here on the Vinyltreasure show. I have to, all right, Robert Neal, you corrected me. So my one of my high school friends who's living down in Florida, he sent me an email to correct Johnny G. See, Wynonie Harris sounded great, but I don't believe he did the original version of Good Rockin' Tonight. That honor goes to Roy Brown, who wrote the song and released it 5 months prior to Harris's remake. There you go. So Johnny G does not, well, sometimes we get it right, Charlene, and sometimes we don't. What could I say? But thank you, Robert Neal, for that information, listening down in Florida. As we continue here on the Vinyltreasure show, we stay in 1952 with this request for Big Dave Swinger. We head to Chicago, another female lead with male backing. She first recorded back in 1946 with the Lionel Hampton Orchestra, but she would have 3 solo releases on the Mercury label before she would be joined by Warren Suttles, Percy Green, Freddie Francis, and Joe Van Loan, who were her backup group known as the Boyfriends. This was a top 10 R&B hit for her, and it features Bill Doggett on organ and Joe Thomas on tenor sax. And this is actually a cover song. This was first recorded by Eddie Howard. I think he also recorded for Mercury. But I love this rendition too. It's going out to Big Dave Swinger from February 52. Let's give a listen to Winnie Brown and her Boyfriends on the Mercury label. It's called, and her rendition of the tune, Be Anything, Be Mine.
Be a beggar, be a thief, be my sunshine or my grief, be anything, but darling, be mine. Be a wise man, be a fool, me tender or be cruel, be anything, but darling, be mine. Climb to the top of the ladder, be master of all you survey. Fail and it still doesn't matter. If you love me, everything is okay. Be the angel of my prayers. Be the devil who cares. Be anything, but darling, be mine. Be the angel of my prayers. Be the devil who cares. Be anything, but darling, be mine.
As by request for Big Dave Swinger, I found your list, Big Dave. I was looking for it, finally found it, so we're going to pick it up from where we left off. That's Booney Brown and Her Boyfriends, February 1952. That's on the Mercury record banner, Be Anything, Be Mine, covered by so many. I think Joe Shacatano, you requested the 5 Keys version of that, which I think is on a... Is that only on a 78, I think, which I may have. I'm accumulating your 78 requests, folks. So we're going to be doing that. Somebody asked me, have you played your 78s on your Audio Technicas yet? Have not done that yet. So that's going to be fun, I'll say. But let's continue here. I've been featuring this next group lately on the Vinyltreasure show, and more to come, by the way. And this is a request for listener Bob Evans, listening over in the state of Ohio. And not so much played the flip side of Golden Teardrops. Everybody's always playing Golden Teardrops, at least what they requested from me. But this is on Art Sheridan's Chance record label out of Chicago. It's with Red Holloway and his orchestra, and we're going to flip over Golden Teardrops. It's a great jump side. It features Solly McElroy on lead, so this is by request for Bob Evans, September 53, the Flamingos on Chance, with the B. I guess maybe this is the A side, I don't know, but it's called Carried Away.
12 o'clock last night, I met a girl with eyes gray. 12 o'clock last night, I met a girl with eyes gray. Well, she squeezed my hand, and I got carried away. And I got carried away. Really not carried away. I got carried away. No, carried away. And it's all on the kind of gal with the eyes of gray. She said, Daddy, Daddy, please, I'm so all alone. She said, Daddy, Daddy, please, I'm so all alone. We can have a lot of fun, so let me take you to my home. And I got carried away, really not carried away. have a little taste. Things gonna be okay. She said, let's have a little taste. Things gonna be okay. But when I looked up, old man stood in the doorway, and I got carried away. I really don't carry away. Don't carry away. I mean carried away. And it's all on the kind of the gallop thing high in the grave. So you take a midnight stroll, listen to what I say. When you take a midnight stroll, better listen to what I say. Beware, my girl, with the eyes of gray. Oh, you might just
Yeah, that's funny, Chuck. There you go. That's the Flamingos there by request for Big Dave Swinger. That's probably my cleanest chance 45. I will tell you. I think my next cleanest is a Red Wax. That's My Desire. I will tell you that. But this is September 1953. The Flamingos by request for Bob Evans on the Chance record label. Their third of 5 on Chance. Carried Away. You don't want to get carried away with the prices you pay on your 45s, believe me. But I have a black vinyl copy of that too that I probably should get rid of. I really should. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We go to the Bronx, New York for this next group. Actually, this is a request for Big Dave Swinger. I'm going to send this one out also to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room because I know he likes this group. They were from the Morrisania section of the Bronx where they met up with Joe Davis, and he independently recorded them, and he actually shopped this record over to MGM, which leased the tracks from Joe Davis, where they had 2 releases on the MGM record label. Big Dave requested their second. This actually charted this record number 4 on WGRC in Louisville, Kentucky. It features Grover Barlow, a.k.a. Dean Barlow, on lead. This is going out to Big Dave Swinger, June 1953. Let's give a listen to the Crickets. The Crickets on the MGM record label. It's called For You, I Have Eyes.
Here I sit looking at the skies. I hope you'll realize it's for you, my dear, I have eyes. The day will come when you'll be mine, and we'll dance away the time. It's for you, my dear, I have eyes. A lonely room, a quiet night, our loved ones far and out of sight. I hope and pray there'll come a day when loved ones will come home to stay. Here I sit looking at the skies. I hope you'll realize it's for you, my dear, I have eyes. I'll hope and pray there'll come a day when loved ones will come home to stay. Here I sit looking at the sky. I hope you'll realize it's for you, my dear. I have eyes.
Yeah, there you go. That's going out to Big Dave Swinger. Also send it out to Butch Ford. He says that's his favorite Crickets record. Very interesting there. It is a great tune there. Dean Barlow on lead with the Crickets. That's their second release. Their first was called You're Mine. That was their follow-up there from June 1953. For You, I Have Eyes. For you, Johnny G has 45's. We do it every Saturday from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight. We will go well into 1 o'clock. Oh, till 1 o'clock, I'm sure. I have like 65 requests to play for you folks. And after that MGM release, the Crickets would record for Joe Davis's JD record label. And after the artist we just heard earlier for RCA, we heard his RCA release. We're talking about Otis Blackwell. He would sign with Joe Davis's JD record label, and this is a request for John Ferry. He's a big Otis Blackwell fan, as I am too, and this is his first of 8 on the JD record label, and it's a song he wrote, of course. Now, for you collectors out there, the true first presses of this have to be on the pink JD record label versus the yellow. But anyway, this is from October 53, going out to John Ferry in our YouTube chat room. Otis Blackwell on JD Records. It's called Daddy Rollin' Stone for John.
I'm Daddy Rolling Stone, Daddy Rolling Stone. They call me Daddy, Daddy Roller, Daddy Rolling Stone. I have my fun in the morning, have my fun in the night, have my fun anytime I want, 'cause anytime I have it is right. I'm the daddy, daddy roller. They call me daddy, daddy roller, daddy rolling stone. Girl, you think you had loving? Girl, you think you had fun? Well, girl, you ain't had nothing until the daddy comes, and I'm the daddy, daddy roller. They call me daddy, daddy roller, daddy rolling stone. Girls call my friend Big John. He's big as he can be. Big John may be twice my size, but he don't know as much as me. I'm the daddy, daddy roller. They call me daddy, daddy roller, daddy rolling stone. I ain't known for drinking whiskey, I ain't known for drinking rock, I ain't known in the city, but you'll hear of me by and by. I'm the daddy, daddy roller. call me Daddy, Daddy Roller, Daddy Rolling Stone.
As by request for John Ferry in our YouTube chat room, the sound of Otis Blackwell, October 1953. That's his first of 8 on the JD record label, Daddy Rolling Stone. Johnny G just keeps rolling along here for a Saturday evening, and we move into 1954 now. I was looking for my red vinyl copy of this, which of course I couldn't find, so I had to go down to the No Humidity basement and get the black label, not the black vinyl stock copy here. As you all know, this next group out of Gary, Indiana, and so we move into 1954. This is a request for listener Bob Evans. This group had 20 releases on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. The group's third release was probably their signature song, wouldn't you say? Good Night, Sweetheart, Good Night. I think that would be it, but this is their follow-up, written by Calvin Carter and the lead singer, and that is Pookie Hudson, of course. It's with Al Smith and his orchestra, going out to Bob Evans, September 1954. Let's give a listen to the Spaniels on VJ. It's called Let's Make Up.
You know I love you, you know I care, you know I want you near me, my dear. Why must we break up? Oh, come on, let's make up. I've got the taste of the blue. Heavens above me, where have you gone? Heavens above me, what have I done? Why must we break up? Oh, come on, let's make up. I've got a taste of the blue. Someday, baby, some way we'll meet, and then I'm gonna kiss you. Yes, I'm gonna kiss you again, again and again. Yeah, I'll always love you, I'll always care, I'll always want you near me, my dear. Why must we break up? Come on, let's make up. I've got a taste of the blues. Someday, baby, someday we'll be there. I'm gonna kiss you, yes, I'm gonna kiss you again, again and again. Yeah, I'll always love you, I'll always care, I'll always want you near me, my dear. Why must we break up? Oh, come on, let's make up. I got a taste of the blues.
That's the great sound of the Spaniels by request for Bob Evans in Ohio, September 1954. with Bookie Hudson on lead. Let's Make Up, Vivian Carter's VJ record label. I said, what was that? Their fourth release. That was a follow-up to Good Night, Sweetheart, Good Night. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications. Been picking up lots of subscribers lately. We are in 1954. Now, I've been featuring this group from New York over the last few weeks, requested by Texas listener Jim Lampley. Now, they would have 15 releases for Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label. Now, last week, Jim requested their 7th, called You Are My Love. This week, Jim requested their 4th, a tune written by a band leader, Sid Bass, who was on this record, by the way, with his orchestra. It features Jimmy Nabby on lead. This was a #1 record, by the way, a #1 record on WMEX in Boston, Massachusetts. So this is going out to Jim Lampley, July 54. The 4 tunes, the early style of the 4 tunes on the Jubilee label. It's called The Greatest Feeling in the World. This is for Jim.
Booby booby boom.
Wait a minute, that didn't go right. There you go.
Booby booby boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom. Bee boom.
When the one that you adore seems to love you more and more, that's the greatest feeling in the world. When the one you idolize thinks you're wonderful and wise, that's the greatest feeling in the world. If a quarrel that you've had makes you miserable and sad, well, so it goes between a boy and girl. But when the apple of your eye tells you you're her sweetie pie, mister, that's the greatest feeling in the whole wide world. That's the greatest feeling in the world. When the one that you adore seems to love you more and more.
Say, boy, that's the greatest feeling in the whole wide world.
And when the one you idolize thinks you're wonderful and wise,
That's still the greatest feeling in the world.
but if a quarrel that you've had makes you miserable and sad, well, so it goes between a boy and girl. But when the apple of your eye tells you you're her sweetie pie,
Mister, that's the greatest feeling
in the whole wide world,
Yes, the greatest feeling
in the world.
Everybody say,
If a quarrel that you had makes you miserable and sad, well, so it goes between a boy and girl. But when the apple of your eye tells you you're her sweetie pie, mister, that's the greatest feeling in the whole wide world. That's the greatest feeling in the world. That's the greatest feeling in the world.
That's the sound of the 4 tunes there. That's by request for Texas listener Jim Lampley, July 54. They have a lot of records going back to the RCA days. That's on Jubilee Records, and I said that was their 4th release on Jubilee. The Greatest Feeling in the World is going out to Jim. And let's stay in 1954. Let's go back to Joe Davis's JD record label for this request for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group had 2 releases on the JD record label. Now, Jimmy requested their 2nd, co-written by the bass of the group, who is on lead. His name is Joseph Rocky Washington. So this is going out to Jimmy Amato, February 1954. The Sparrows on JD. It's called I'll Be Loving You.
Oh, my darling, I'll be loving you more each new day with the love that's true. For you thrill me and life is fine since your brown eyes told me you are mine. Yes, my darling, I'll be loving you with devotion enough for two. For I am restless as a racing heart. Every moment that we are apart. Oh, well, you know, I need you so. Well, you know, I never let you go. Oh, now, darling, I'll be loving you till the stars fall from the skies of blue, and our world melts into the sea. I will love you as you love me. Oh, well, you know, I need you so. Oh, well, you know, I never let you go. Oh, now, darling, yeah, I'll be loving you till the stars fall from the skies of blue, and our world melts into the sea. I will love you as you love me. Always love you as you love me.
As going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Sparrows there, with the bass lead, Joseph Rocky Washington, February 54. Joe Davis's JD record label, I'll Be Lovin' You, is the name of the tune. The other lead singer with the group, his name was Perry Hayward, and he would also do leads with their tunes as they had their last release on the Davis label. Both Perry and Rocky would join the Performers that recorded on the All-Star record label. You know the song I'll Make You Understand, which is a pretty cool record, by the way. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show with a request for listener Mnon. This is the debut single for this group from Atlanta, Georgia. It's a great tune. It's their first of 3 on the Mercury label. It's the Pink Mercury out there for you collectors, a tune written by Clyde Otis and Leroy Kirkland. It features Dodd Hicks on lead, so this is going out to Mnon, November 1954. Let's give a listen to the Cashmeres. The Cashmeres on the Mercury label. It's called My Sentimental Heart for Mnon.
My sentimental heart is full and yeah. My sentimental heart won't let me forget. My sentimental heart
to you.
My sentimental heart, oh, my open wide, oh, my darling, please come back. No, no, don't toss me aside.
That's the sound of the Cashmeres here on the Vinyltreasure Show by request for listener M on November 1954. That's their first of three on the Mercury label, My Sentimental Heart. Dodd Hicks, the lead singer on that one. They would have one more release after their Mercuries on Herald Records in 56. They also recorded as the Marktones on Ember, and then one more in 1958, the Cashmeres with a K on the Wonder label. That's a cool record too, by the way. I haven't played that in a while. And if Braden McCallow's listening, if you want my crack 78 of that, you are welcome to have it. But anyway, we continue here. We move into 1955 now. We go out to the West Coast, this time for new listener Victor Mariotti. And he requested this tune. Now, the lead singer of this group was previously a member of the Medallions that recorded for the Dutone record label, but he and Vernon Green did not get along, so he left the Medallions to form his own group. His name is Donald Woods, and he called his group initially the Bel Airs. This is their second release on the Flip record label. Comes out on the Maroon Flip. This is from May 1955. These are the Bel Airs on the Flip label. This is for Victor Mariotti. How many out there are drinkers? So this is dedicated to all the drinkers in the chat room there. I'm not a drinker. I mean, I like a 7 and 7 occasionally, maybe a little wine, but that's it, no beer. But anyway, these are the Bel Airs on Flip. It's called White Port and Lemon Juice.
Well, I got a woman, stay drunk all the time. Well, I got a woman, stay drunk all the time. Every time I see her, she's high off a white port wine. I'll give me white port, 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 lemon juice to get me high off a white port wine. All that wine is gone. Want some more? 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 All that wine is gone. Oh, give me wine, wine, wine. All the time, time, time. Give me wine, wine, wine. All the time, time, time. 'Cause when I get it, I feel so doggone wine, wine, wine. All the time, time, time. Give me wine, wine, wine. 'cause when I get it, I feel so doggone fine. Pass the bottle.
As by request for Victor Mariotti there, May 1955. They're called the Bel Airs. The Bel Airs on the Flip record label. Donald Woods on lead. White Port and Lemon Juice is the name of the tune. Now, with their next three Flip releases, they were known as Donald Woods and the Bel Airs. Yes, they were. Let's continue here on the Vinyltreasure Show. We are in 1955. This group is out of Washington, D.C., and it's a request for Big Dave Swinger. This was their at least their first release on the Mercury label. I think this group really goes back in time, way back. But they had three releases on the Mercury record label. This was their first. And they would have, I think, one more on the Mercury subsidiary Wing label. It features William Ross on lead, going out to Big Dave, February 55, The Sound of the Griffins. The Griffins on the Mercury label. It's called I Swear by All the Stars Above.
Do, 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 do. I love you, darling, and I'll never let you go. My love for you, dear, has been proven now. You know, you are the only one my heart is thinking of, and I'll swear by all the stars above. Your kisses thrill me, and they thrill me through and through. And when you touch me, I don't know just what to do. Your lovely smile is like the warmth of spring, I know, and I'll swear by all the stars above.
Voice is so caressing, your walk is so divine, your lips can keep me guessing and wondering if you'll be mine.
I love you, darling, and I'll never let you go. My love for you, dear, has been proven now. You know, you are the only one my heart is thinking of, and I'll swear by all the stars above.
And I swear by all the stars above.
Oh, baby.
And I swear by all the stars above.
Oh, baby.
And I swear by all the stars above. Do, 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 do.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger, The Sound of the Griffins, our first of three on the Mercury label, February 55. William Ross on lead, I Swear by All the Stars Above. Johnny G only plays original vinyl 45s, no MP3s, no CDs. I can't play them here. It was funny. I got an instant message to play some tracks from like a new oldies group. I can't do it. If you got it on vinyl, send me your 45s. I will definitely play it, or put it on an acetate and send it to me. Then I could play it. That is a fact. As we continue here, we move into 1956. Now last week I played, featured this group from Newport News, Virginia. It was a request for Daniel Kubak. He played their debut single on the Groove label called Chains Around My Heart. Well, this is their second release on Groove. groove. We're going to send this one out to listener Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. It features the unmistakable voice of Raphael Ingram on lead. Then you're going to hear on the bridge the tenor of the group, James Dozier, comes in. And this is from October 1956. It's going out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. The Avalons. The Avalons on the Groove label. It's called It's Funny, But It's True.
You make me cry and make me feel so very blue. I love you still, but don't know why. It's funny, but it's true. Now they say it's just for fools, and I suppose that I'm one too. But love's a game that has no rules. It's funny, but it's true.
Though it's not the way that I planned, I was hard to tell. Good, I have known that I have loved that won't leave but the way.
If it's right, if it's wrong for me to care the way I do without you, I can't get along. It's funny, but it's true. Funny, so funny, but true.
As going out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room there, the great sound of the Avalons, October 1956 on the Groove record banner. It's Funny, But It's True. Yes, Butch, their second release, they backed up, I think, Frankie Brunson on a release, but I don't think they get credit on the label. I don't think they do. I have that 45. I'll have to check it out. But of course, after this release, they had two more. One on Unart in 1958, Heart's Desire. What a killer record that is. And then in 1959 on Casino, You Can Count on Me. That's another good one they do. Didn't they have this? And I'm going to have to ask DJ H if you have they have a release in Canada. What is the song that they have in Canada? Is it the Heart's Desire song that they redid? They did up in Canada first. It's like a crude version of the song, but it is on a Canadian label. Starts with an S, I think. I remember one time Surik was telling me about it. It was a rare record. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. We are in the year 1956. Hope you're digging on these cool records. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can send me an email with requests at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Even if you're listening on the archive, shoot me an email about the show. If I have the record, I'll play it. I don't have everything. I don't have everything. I have a lot. I do. But let's continue here. This is a request for Gordy Freeman. This group is from Baltimore, Maryland. First recording for the Deluxe label in 1955. They were known as the Valtones. You may know the song called Tender Darling. Then in 1956, they did two on the New York City-based Teenage record label. Their first was a tune called Moments Like This, but this was the follow-up. Gordy requested their second release, and very much harder to find. Not an easy record to find. This is on the Teenage label. It features Percy Crosby on lead. It's going out to Gordy Freeman. I think you're in our YouTube chat room, Gordy. I saw you earlier. October 56, the Baltoneers on Teenage with their version of Tears in My Eyes.
Here where you left me, here where you left me,
I'm here where you left me, with tears in my I've tried so hard, my dear, to be by your side. So please come back, dear, and stay by my side.
Please stay by my side.
I'm here where you left me, with tears in my eyes.
tears in my eyes.
Hold you,
Hold you,
kiss you,
kiss you,
One more time,
and live without you.
out you,
Life ain't worth a
life ain't worth the time. So please come back, dear, and stay by my side.
stay by my side.
I'm here where you left me, with tears in my eyes.
Yes, when you walked out and left me with tears.
Tears in my
As one of the versions of Tears in My Eyes, I pulled out a few versions for Gordy there. We're going to be listening to them in the future weeks here. I don't have that Halfum 45. I have the girl group on Halfum, not in great shape. I had a chance to get it cheap, and I did not. But listen, hindsight's 2020. The Halfum record I've never seen. I have like an instrumental with that logo of that Halfum record, but I don't know if I'll ever get it. But anyway, that is a great tune there, and the Boltoneers going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat from October 1956. Percy Crosby on lead, Tears in My Eyes, their version of that tune on the Teenage label. Let's continue here now. On last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played the second of two for the Bachelors on the Earl label, featured the A-side called Baby. Now, I also like the flip side, written by the group's first tenor of the group, Bill Lindsay. He wrote this tune. It features Grover Barlow, a.k.a. Dean Barlow. We heard him earlier with an MGM release by the Crickets. Here he is leading this group called the Bachelors. Of course, they would become the Monterey's on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label with Dearest One, I think after this release in 57, but this is 56. Dean Barlow and the Bachelors. Let's flip over Baby. You get this on the flip side. It's called Tell Me Now, a rare record.
Now, darling, I must confess that I love you. Must you wait to say you love me too? Oh, my darling, if you feel the same as
1956 there for Gene Barlow and the Bachelors on the Earl record label. Tell Me Now is the name of the tune. Johnny G telling you now. I'm spinning your requests as we continue in 1956. This is a request for Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, listening hours ahead, behind us. Yes, hours behind us. He's listening in Hawaii. He'll be going to lunch soon, so at least I can get this one in for you, Butch. As we go to Brooklyn, New York for this group. First recording in 1955 for Joe Davis's JD record label. This was their second release, though, in 1956. Came out on the Samson label. I don't know what this is. Maybe this is... I don't know if this is High Weiss's label, whose label this was, but the tune was written by the lead singer. His name is Melvin Johnson. So this is for Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, 1956. The Golden Tones on Samson. It's called I'm Wrong.
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 By request for Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, listening in Hawaii, 1956. The Golden Tones, that's their second overall release on the Samson label. Melvin Johnson on lead. He also wrote the tune. I'm Wrong is the name of the tune. Johnny G is not always right, but I try not to be wrong. I'm not a perfectionist, really, but I just try not to be wrong. That is a fact. Let's stay in 1956 with this request for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. This is on the ABC Paramount record label with Don Costa and his music. So maybe this group is out of New York, but they have a very common group name. They were called the Dreamers, and the song was co-written by the lead singer. Actually, it tells you on the label who the lead is. It says featuring Johnny Duggan. I think that's what it is. Yes. Johnny Duggan, he's the lead. So this is from October 56. It's on ABC Paramount, another one of the thousands of labels that I collect. This is for Joe Shacatano, the Dreamers, with their tune called The Right Time for Love.
It was the evening, the sky was dark, the moon was hazy, was in the park, it was the night time, sky was dark, but then you said goodbye and left your mark. It was the night time, it was the right time, but now you've gone. Dear Lord, I pray to you this day, bring my baby back home to stay. Hey, you know I love her with all of my mind. Please return her home tonight. It is the evening, and now you're home. You're safe and sound, never more to roam. And it's night time, and it's the right time
Darling.
for love. Right time for love.
That lead sounds like he's pretty young to me, but I don't know who they are, really. The Dreamers there. Johnny Duggan on lead. That's going out to Joe Shacatano in our chat room, October 1956 on ABC Paramount. The Right Time for Love is the name of that tune. We are in 1956. Let's go back to Hollywood, California. This is a request for Daniel Kubacki as we return to the Flip label. This group had 11 releases on Flip. Their debut single would happen to be their biggest hit. You know the song. It's called A Casual Look. Now, Daniel requested their third release was written by Ed Wells, and I think it's Trudy Williams on lead on this, or maybe it's with one of the other gals in the group singing with her, possibly, if I recall. But this was a number 8 record on KPOP in Los Angeles, California. We go to December of 1956. Give a listen to the 16's. The 16's for Daniel on Flip Records. It's called My Special Guy.
You act so timid, so shy, but I want you to be my special guy. So hold my hand and let me know how much you love me. I'd like to know. Don't wait until tomorrow to give your reply. 'Cause in your eyes I know you're sorry, and I'm sorry too. But I can't help it, I love only you. Hush, don't try to explain. Just say you love me and let it be. For time is ours, just yours and just mine. And I'll be patient till the end of time.
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the 16's. The 16's on the Flip record label, December 1956. My Special Guy is the name of the tune. Trudy Williams Trudy Williams was probably on lead. It sounded like Another Girl, though. The flip side, though, that was the B side of the record. Only Jim, as Marvin mentioned, was the A side of that 45 anyway. Johnny G here spinning my original vinyl 45s. Hope you like what I'm doing. Give me a thumbs up if you do. And we head to Long Island, New York for this next request. It's for listener Butch Ford. This is on William Henry Miller's Acme record label. Now, the group included 6 members. 4 were brothers. I think the other 2 were cousins, but Albert, Danny, Wallace, and Richard Lanham. Now, they would back up their youngest brother, Richard, on his debut single called On Your Radio, but they had 3 releases on their own. Now, Butch requested their third, and this is the hardest to find by the group. This is a hard one by the Tempo Tones, going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, September 57. We are in 1957, the Tempo Tones on Acme. It's called Come Into My Heart.
Oh baby, come and give me one more chance. I need you, darling, by my side. Told you that I want you. Now come into my heart. You know I love you, honey child. Can't you see that I'm your man? Come back, baby. Now come into my heart.
Those are the Tempo Tones. Tempo Tones going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, September 1957. That's on the Acme record label. Where do you see Acme, like on those cartoons? Remember all the trucks that they would have with the Road Runner and whatnot? It would say Acme Company. But anyway, that's Coming to My Heart is the name of that one. That's their hardest record, by the way. As we continue, here we are in 1957. Let's go back to New York City. This is a request for listener Jimmy Amato. This is on Sid Arkey and Leo Rogers' Lido record label for this group called the Corvells. But the interesting thing about this 45 is that the Royal Teens, the Royal Teens of Short Shorts fame, they are providing the instrumentation for this group. This song goes out to Jimmy Amato's 1957, the Corvells on the Lido label. It's called We Made a Vow.
We made a vow to love each other, to love each other and keep the fire within one another. Within the world
you. I said I love you. I always will. Want you. Want you by my side forever. We made a vow to love each other, and keep the fire and on the wall within one another.
You're probably right, Jimmy. I guess Greg sold me his lesser copy, if he got your mint copy there of that record. But those are the Corvells, 1957, on the Lido record label. That's going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room now. If you have it on the Tip Top record label, it is a reissue. It's not the original. That was like a 62 press, I think, that Times Square put out. But originally it's on the Lido record label. Let's continue here. We stay in 1957 with this request for Joe Shacatano. Guessing this group is out of Nashville, Tennessee, and it's also the home to Ernie Young's Excello record label. This is on the Excello label. This is the intended B-side for the Five Chums. The Five Chums on Excello for Joe Shacatano, October 57. It's called Give Me the Power.
Give me the power to hold you. Give me your love, please do. Just let it be for a while, sweetheart. That's all I ask of you. Give me the right to kiss you, to hold you close to my heart. Don't ever say goodbye, my dear. Don't ever say we'll part. I realize way down deep inside, all of my dreams can't come true. But darling, if you'll only help me, this dream could be just for two. Don't ever say I'm not worthy, my darling, of your love. Just let me try, I'll be happy, dear, happy, happy the rest of my life. Happy the rest of my life.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano. They're the sound of the Five Chums. The Five Chums from October 57 on Excello Records. Give Me the Power. Now, both sides, that was the intended B-side, by the way. Both sides written by initial P. Willis. I was trying to find out who P. Willis was because I would bet he's the lead singer on that. But let's continue here. We are in 1957. Now, after the Channels left Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label, they signed with George Gollner's Gone label. They had 2 releases on the Gone label, but before they returned back to the Fury label, believe it or not. And listener Timothy requested their first of 2, and this was always a favorite of my Aunt Mary because she loved this record. I don't think she ever bought the 45, though. I ended up giving her a duplicate that I had on a multicolor label. But the song dates back to 1931, recorded by so many artists, both the group harmony, pop artists, single artists, etc. But Timothy requested the version by the Channels. This is from August 57. It features the great Earl Lewis on lead. These are the Channels going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room on the Gone label with their rendition of the tune That's My Desire. That's the great sound of the Channels. Earl Lewis and the Channels by request for Timothy. He was in our YouTube chat. Maybe he went out to get his lunch or dinner. Anyway, the Channels there on George Gollner's Gone record label, their first of 2. I think the follow-up was Altar of Love, if I'm not mistaken. And then the flip side, Stay As You Are, great B-side there, August 1957. And on last week's Vinyltreasure show featured both versions of Please Be My Guy, as done by a group out of Brooklyn, New York called Cleo and the Crystaliers, requested by Gordy Freeman. Now, the B-side of that 45, or the one I'm playing here, was requested by Daryl Letts. It again features Cleo Baker on lead. I'm playing the 45 on George Gollner's Cindy record label. This is from 1957. Cleo and the Crystaliers on the Cindy label. This is the flip side of Please Be My Guy, and this is for Daryl Letts. It's called Don't Cry.
When a heart fades away,
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. That's Cleo and the Crystaliers. That Cleo Baker on lead, 1957. The flip side of Please Be My Guy, song entitled Don't Cry. That one there on George Goldner's Cindy record label. Of course, Cleo Baker. She would later become the lead singer of the Fawns on the Apt label with a great tune they do, Until I Die, in 1958. We are in 1957, though. Here's a request for Butch Ford, who just left for lunch. Maybe he's got an ear to his PC, but this group is from Bakersville, California. First recording for Larry Mead's Vita record label, now in 1955. Well, that was in 1955, but then the group fell apart when lead singer Joe Grundy, he was drafted. So the group broke up, but they were associated with Buck Ram, that I think might have even been their manager, because he signed them to his label, Antler Records. They had 2 releases on the Antler label, and Butch requested their second, and probably their best one in my opinion, but it features Eddie Williams on lead. This is from September 57. Let's give a listen to The Colts. The Colts on the Antler label, and the tune is called Guiding Angel. This is for Butch.
Guiding angel, and see me standing here. Look down, guiding angel, and lend a little ear. I want you, guiding angel, please tell me what to do. I yearn happiness, guiding angel, I love you. Look down, guiding angel.
Nah, honey, nah, I know you see me standing here.
Look down, guiding angel.
Come on, sugar. Give me just one little old sweetie here.
I want you, guiding angel, please tell me what to do. I yearn happiness, guiding angel, I love you.
That's the sound of the Colts there. The Colts with Eddie, lost my place, with Eddie Williams on lead there. Yeah, Eddie going out to Butch Ford, who just left for lunch. Listening over in Hawaii, September 1957, Guiding Angel. John G's your guiding DJ on Saturday night from 9 to midnight. We're going to go longer too, so take your shoes off, leave your socks on. Although, lay back and relax as we continue here. We are in 1957. This is a request for Ohio listener Bob Evans. He requested another Spaniels 45 as we head to Vivian Carter's VJ record label for Pookie Hudson and the Spaniels. This was their 13th release on the VJ label. Now, the Spaniels were on American Bandstand. They didn't sing this or lip sync this side. They lip synced the flip side of this record on American Bandstand. Crazy Baby. I wish they would release it. Unfortunately, they have not. But Bob requested the ballad flip side, which I really like. Pookie Hudson on lead. This is from December 57. The Spaniels on VJ with I Lost You. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Bob Evans. Bob Evans there, December 1957 release for Pookie Hudson and the Spaniels on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, I Lost You. That's their 13 release on the VJ record label. This is when Johnny G wings the remainder of the show because this is how far I got. But anyway, we move into 1958 now. This is a request for listener Amnon. Now, there were two groups back in the 50s that recorded as the Cufflinks. Of course, there was a group that started with a C that recorded for Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label. Then there was a group that recorded with the K. And of course, they recorded for Gene Autry's Challenge label out in Hollywood, California. And the song that they both recorded was a tune called So Tough. Of course, it was originally done by the Casuals on the Backbeat record label. But Amnon requested the Cufflinks with a K on Gene Autry's Challenge record label, and this features a John Jennings on lead. And in reading about this group, they were probably previously Johnny Woodson and the Crescendos. I don't know if that's true, but they probably were. I don't know. That's what I read. But anyway, let's give a listen to this tune. This, I think, was their second release. Was this their second release, Charlene? I don't know because they got a few. I think it was their second. They have 3, I think. I like their third, by the way. But this is from March '58. The Cufflinks with Johnny Jennings on lead on the Challenge label. This is for Emnon. It's called Service with a Smile. That's what Johnny G gives you.
Oh bop doo bop shooby dooby doo bop oh bop doo bop shooby dooby doo bop oh bop doo bop shooby dooby doo bop oh bop doo bop shooby dooby doo.
Well, there's a drive-in on the corner, and there's a car working there. She's the cutest little doll that I ever saw, any place or anywhere. She gave me service with a smile. Service with a smile. And when she called me honey child, she gave me service with a smile. Well, I've been drinking so much coffee, and I've been eating so much pie. I've been missing my sleep, and it sure ain't cheap to try to catch that car hop's eye. She gave me service with a smile. Service with a smile. And when she called me honey child, she gave me service with a smile. Service with a smile. Service with a smile. And when she called me honey child, she gave me service with a smile. And when she smiles, my head starts spinning. And when she walks, my heart just flips. And when I realize what's before my eyes, I start giving her bigger tips. She gave me service with a smile. Service with a smile. And when she called me honey child, she gave me service with a smile. Service with a smile. Crazy smile.
That's going out to Emnon there. Those are the Cufflinks with Johnny Jennings on lead, March 1958, on Gene Autry's Challenge record label. That was his label. That's why when you see it, says GA up on the top. That stands for Gene Autry. A song entitled Service with a Smile. That's what Johnny G gives you every Saturday. Isn't it Service with a Smile from 9 to midnight and longer? Tell them, Joe Shacatano, that's what I do. And you know how much I enjoy doing this. Does it show how much I enjoy doing this? Because I do. I spent all day, didn't have to worry about my parents downstairs because we had Pauline here today downstairs with them. But anyway, things are going well. With a couple people, actually more than a couple people, contacted me asking me how my parents are doing. They are well. My 92-year-old father and my 87-year-old mother, they are doing well. My father, every day is different, but he's doing well. So I can feel comfortable here that I can let it all hang out up here in my record cave and play these 45's for you. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. But let's continue here because I love this next record. And actually it's a request for Gordy Freeman. This group is out of Queens, New York. This is their first of 2 on the Casino label, and the A side of this was probably their signature song, was called Trickle Trickle, which is actually a pretty cool up-tempo record. The first time I heard that was on I think it was a Clay Cole compilation album on Blast Records that my aunt purchased at Masters Department Store over in Elmsford, New York. She bought it there, but I didn't know what the flip side was until I purchased the 45, and Gordy Freeman, he requested the B-side of this. It features Ronald Cussey on lead from July 1958. Let's give a listen to the videos on the Casino label. This is going out to Gordy Freeman. The song is called Moon Glow, the Casino.
Moon
Moon glow, where is she tonight? You know, I love her so. But I didn't treat her right. I know.
July 1958, the sound of the videos. That's the B-side to Trickle Trickle Moon Glow. You know, that's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. It's on the Casino record label. There are two records on Casino. Both sides are excellent, I have to say. Even their second release there, that is a great record. I remember Gus Gossett would play that. That's where I did hear it. But that was in 1970s, I think, when I was listening. 1972, I was listening to Gus Gossett on WPIX. Great record there. We are in 1958. This next group, they're from Mount Vernon, New York. And it's not too far from where Johnny G is broadcasting, by the way. But this is a request for listener Kenny Mack. Kenny Mack must still be pouring his white port and lemon juice, tuning into the show. But I like both sides of this 45. Came out on the Atlantic record label. The group is called the Versatiles, and I read an article that the lead singer of this group is Ben Sands, BenSands, and this is from October 1958. This is by request for Kenny Mack, the Versatiles on Atlantic. The song is called Passing By.
Shoo, shoo, doo, shoo, wah, wah, shoo, shoo, doo, shoo, wah, wah, shoo, shoo, doo, shoo, wah, wah, shoo. Just passing by when I'm on your side. Oh, my, passing by. Well, on the front of your tree, when you get your ride, oh, my, passing by. I'm a reeling, rocking, rolling all night long. I'm a shaking, the wrecking. Like a love I never had pressure. On the front of your tree, when you get your ride, oh, my, passing by. I never had.
Would you mind saying
As going out to Kenny Mack, the sound of the Versatiles there. It's on the Atlantic record label. Passing By is the name of the tune. If anybody's passing by my YouTube page, please subscribe and click the thumbs up as we continue here. And we go back to Philadelphia, PA with a flip side from last week. Now, listener Daniel Kubacki, he requested the Gainers last week and the B-side to their second single on the Cameo record label, which came out in late 57, originally on the Red Top record label as their debut single. It was called Follow Me, but I prefer the A-side of their second release on the Cameo label, which is not the flip side of the Red Top record, although they did record this for Red Top Records that did sell the master to Cameo Records. And this is the rarest and this is their group's rarest 45, written by group member Sam Bell. It features Garnet Mims on lead. It's a killer ballad from December of 1958. Let's give a listen to the intended A-side of that Cameo release by the Gainers. Garnet Mims on lead. It's called You Must Be an Angel.
You must be an angel, heaven's gift to the world. Just to see your smile makes my life worthwhile. I love you so much. You're as faithful as the stars that shine above us. You're as faithful as the sun that shines. As faithful as the years may come and they may go. I'm glad God made you mine. That's why I must have you all. No one in this whole wide world will do. I must have your charm. It's heavenly in your arm. I love you. Yes, I do. Lovebirds serenade you. Flowers bloom at your touch. I need that thrill that dreams can't feel. I love you. I love you so much.
That's the second of two by the Gainers. The Gainers on the Cameo record label, Garnet Mims on lead, December 1958 release. You Must Be an Angel is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1958 with this request for listener Mike Sape. Mike, I couldn't find the Mimi Allen 45. I have it somewhere up here, and the other one I did not have. So I was curious to find out about that other one you requested, but I have this one, and this is a request for Mike Sape, sending it out to George Tompkins. George hasn't really been feeling that well, but we wish him well. I speak to him once a week here. Keeps me abreast of what's going on with him, but I think he tunes in on the archive. But Mike is sending this out to George, as this group is out of Detroit, Michigan. They were classmates at Lincoln High School in Ferndale, Michigan. They have this one release that came out on Norbert S. Biernat's, I think that's his name, Star X record label, of course, a label out of Detroit. And this group performed this song, they lip-synced this song on American Bandstand on August 19th, 1958. So if they would release that show, we would see them doing this record from January 9th. Well, this one, well, wait a minute, they did it in August, and Charlene, you got January 58. So that's odd. Well, that's possible. You know, it is possible, but it says January 58, probably Ferdy Gonzalez's date. These are the Dappers on Star X Records with Ken Frazier on lead. The song is called We're in Love.
We got the finest chicks in town. Bum, bum, bum. We're in love. 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 We're in love forevermore. We're so fine, all the girls. We're so fine, but the fancy girls. That's the reason why we are in love. In love. They're so fine, lips like wine, and we know because we love them so. We're so lucky, we're in love. We should wait when stars above. Let me fall and finest girls in town, in town. They're so fine, lips like wine, and we know because we love them all. We're so lucky, we're alive. We should thank God, stars are wide, that we find finest girls in town, in town. Chip the wine, wine, 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 chip the wine, wine.
As by request from Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, sending it out to George Tompkins, January 58 release on the Star X record label out of Detroit with Ken Frazier on lead, the Dappers. The Dappers there, We're in Love is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1958. This is a request for Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room. This is on Lee Roop's Ebb record label. Now, Lee was the ex-wife of specialty record owner Art Roop, and I don't know, she sued him and she created her own record label. She had enough money to do it. The group is called the Hollywood Flames. This is their 6th of 9 for the Ebb label. The tune written by Bobby Ralph, but it features Earl Nelson on lead. This is by request for Rick and Philly. He's in our chat room, November 58. The Hollywood Flames on Ebb. It's called Just For You.
As long as stars shine above, I'll be true.
Please, baby. Lovers come and lovers may go. I must stay. For you. No, nothing can change this burning desire inside me. For you. I told them there's no other. And as long as I live, I'm loving. Oh, baby. Don't want nobody. Baby.
That's going out to Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room. They like that one there in the YouTube chat room. The Hollywood Flames there, Earl Nelson on lead. That sounds like Jesse Belvin, that floating tenor in the background there. November 1958, the sixth of 9 releases on Ebb Records for the Hollywood Flames. Just for You is the name of the tune. Johnny G is here just for you from 9 to midnight. So become my 900th. I'm looking for one subscriber to make it 900. Be my 900th subscriber here to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's continue. We move into 1959 now. Let's stay out in Hollywood, California. This group recorded 2 on the Brunswick record label. This is a request for Daniel Kubacki. This is their second release, written by the lead singer. His name is Robert Draper Jr. This charted nationally. This was a number 8 No, it did not chart nationally. Charted regionally. Number 8 on KFXM in San Francisco, California. We go to February 1959. These are the accents for Daniel on Brunswick. It's called I Give My Heart to You.
Do, do, do.
I give my heart to you, hoping someday we'll be together. I feel this way. Someday we will fall in love. I try not to worry when you're not around, but I can't stop the teardrops that fall to the ground. Someday we will fall in love. I know I don't have the right to love you this way. I don't even know your name. New lovers may come and the old love may go, but I know I'll get you 'cause I love you. So I try not to worry when you're not around, but I can't stop the teardrops that fall to the ground. Someday we will fall in love, fall in love, fall in love, fall in love, fall in love.
That's a nice tune there by request for By request for Daniel Kubacki, February 1959, the second of two for the Accents on the Brunswick record label. Robert Draper Jr., he's the lead singer on that. I Give My Heart to You. That's a nice tune. I like that one there, Daniel. Thanks for requesting that as we continue here. And Angelo played your dominoes way back in the beginning of the show. So you're going to have to check that one out there on the archive. But we are in 1959. We go to upstate New York with a very rare 45. It's actually a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Now, Gordy previously requested this singer sang lead for the Rhythm Cadets on the Vesta label. I think I played Dearest Doris. That was a request for Gordy. Then he requested this one. I did mention it on the show about that, but I love this record. And it's on the Stentor label, which was local to upstate, maybe Utica possibly, I think. But with tune written by George Singleton, and George Singleton is really Bebo Singleton, and that's who this artist is, Bebo Singleton on the Stentor label. And I think there's a group here, the Echoes, Jeff and the Echoes. They're probably the musical group backing them up, but this is from July 59. This is for Gordy Freeman, Bebo Singleton and group on Stentor Records. It's called The Shrine of the Echoes.
Mother of love, Ave Maria, I look on you, Ave Maria, as my guiding light, with the call of the echoes. Oh, whoa. Angels I hear, their voices singing. I've said a prayer while bells are ringing. For you are my love, you and the shrine of the echo. I kneel to you while I enclose. I leave with you memories for your shrine of the echo. Oh, Mother of love, Ave Maria, I look on you, Ave Maria, as my guiding light, with the call of the echo.
As by request for Gordy Freeman there, the great sound of Bebo Singleton and group from July 1959, The Shrine of the Echoes. That one there on the Stentor record label. Love that tune there. Angelo, all that snow up there in Maine. We had some sleet last night here in Westchester County here in New York, and it's currently 38 degrees. It's really mild, and I think listen, you never know, because March is kind of a weird month, that you can get a snowstorm, the temperature will just drop and you'll have like a major snow, and heavy snow too. And John, I paid $120 to have somebody come and shovel the backyard here in the front. I didn't have time for that. No, I did not. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes tonight. Johnny G losing his voice here. But we are in 1959 now. On last week's Final Treasure Show, I featured this group out of Jacksonville, Florida, for West Coast listener Josue Perez. They were called the King Crooners. It was their debut single. Came out on the Heart label out of Alabama. Featured the side Lonely Nights. Was listener Daryl Letts that requested the flip side. So let's flip it over here for Daryl in our YouTube chat room. This is early 1959. The King Crooners on the Heart label. Features John Stanberry on lead. The song is called She's Mine, All Mine, for Daryl.
With my girl, I don't want nobody messing with my girl. She's all mine. She's mine. Oh yes, mine. All mine. I don't want nobody messing with my girl. No, no, I don't want nobody messing with my girl. I don't want nobody messing with my girl. She's all mine. She's mine. Oh yes, mine. All mine. I need her. Take it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want nobody messing with my girl. I don't want nobody messing with my girl. I don't want nobody messing with my girl. She's all mine. She's mine. Oh yes, mine. All mine. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's going out to Daryl Letts in the chat room there, the King Crooners. John Stanberry and the King Crooners, early 1959 release on the Heart label, their debut single. It's called She's Mine, All Mine. You're Mine, All Mine every Saturday from 9 to midnight and in overtime. So let's continue here. We are in 1959, and this is a great girl group sound requested by Adrian Viterbo. He is our listener tuned in down in Mexico, enjoying the show. And I love this song. It's on Donald Shaw's Neptune record label out of Newark, New Jersey. I like both sides, even like the up-tempo side of this. But I think I'd lean toward the ballad side a little bit, as Adrian did on this. But this is written by the lead singer of the group. Her name is Joanne Garland. This is from September 1959. They're called the Del Rios, the girl group, the Del Rios with one L, on Neptune Records. Joanne Garland on lead. This is for Adrian. It's called I'm Crying.
Oh
out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room. He's listening down in Mexico. Sound of the Del Rios there. Joanne Garland on lead, September 1959. On Neptune Records, Donald Shaw's Neptune Records. It's called I'm Crying. I have a duplicate of that 45. If anybody needs a copy of that, you got to let me know. And, of course, they have one I am looking for. That's a very rare record. It came out on the Earth label. It's a subsidiary of Neptune Records. That one I need. I think it's Joanne and the Del Rios. It's a great record, great two-sided 45. Johnny G babbling on here. We are in 1959. Here's a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. I'm going to have to defer to Butch Ford over in Hawaii because this is on a label out of Honolulu, Hawaii, and this is the group's only release. It's on Bob Bertram's Bertram International label, a label out of Honolulu, Hawaii. There's a few. The Danko label is also out of Honolulu. I have another one. I forget what it's called, but the lead singer here is Mel Calvin, a.k.a. his real name is Mel Kabang. Didn't know that, Charlene. Wow. And he wrote this tune, a tune arranged by the label owner Bob Bertram. This is for Timothy in our chat room, July 59, Mel Calvin and the Coconuts on Bertram International. The song is called I Love You. That's from July 1959, Mel Calvin and the Coconuts. That's on the Bertram International label. That's for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. I Love You is the name of that tune. That was on, it's a label out of Hawaii. You know what the record was on that Bertram International label? Susie Darling by Robin Luke. First came out on that label, was then picked up by Dot Records. Anyway, let's continue here. Here's a request for Ronnie Sherman. This group, I think, were they from Where were these guys from? The Bronx, I think, possibly. Charlene, you needed to check that Hanover release there, because their first release came out on Hanover Records, I think in the fall of 1958, a song called Jeannie, great two-sided 45, Jeannie and At the Ball. But this was the follow-up, and it's a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. This is on Ulysses Smith's Dynamic label, and it features Carl Petrus on lead. Let's go back to April of 1959 for the Unique Teens. The Unique Teens on Dynamic for Ronnie Sherman. It's called Run Fast.
Run fast, go home to your lover. There may not be another love so true, love so true. Run fast, run a little faster than you'll be ever after, so in love. Love is a thing that makes a lonely heart sing. Love is a thing that turns the winter to spring. Run fast, catch the love you're after, then you will be master. Run fast, run fast, run fast. Love is a thing. Love is a thing. Whoa, 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 run fast, catch the love you're after, then you will be master. Run fast, run fast.
There you go. That's for Ronnie Sherman there, the Unique Teens. Carl Petrus, the lead singer on that April 1959. That's their follow-up to Jeannie on the Hanover record label, a song entitled Run Fast on Dynamic Records. Be careful, you collectors out there. The true originals need to be do not have rounded edges at the end. Somebody press those up with original stampers and original labels. I will not tell you who it is. You can send me an email and I will tell you. I'm not going to say it over the air. But they are, you can easily tell because they're really thin and the edges are not square. They're like rounded. So that's how you can tell. But anyway, there you go. Let's continue here. And I remember finding this 45 out in the wild for 10 cents. You really can't go wrong. And this is a request for Nat Papagallo, listening down in Naples, Florida. Angelo, that's your older brother, right? I think it is. As we go to, this group is out of Campbell, Ohio, and they're called the Etzels. They had releases on many different labels: Dub, Tammy, Ember, Dot, Capital, Twin, and Morris Levy even got into the act. They have this one on Roulette Records. This was recorded for Tammy Records, but Morris Levy purchased the master, and it's going out to Nat Papagallo. It features George Jones Jr. on lead. This is from April 59, the Etzels on Roulette. It's called Do You Love Me?
Love
just like I love you.
That's by request for Nat Papagallo down in Naples, Florida. The sound of the Edsels. George Jones and Jr. and the Edsels, April 1958 on the Roulette record label. Do You Love Me is the name of the tune. Of course, they had a big hit with Ramalama Ding Dong second time around when High Weiss got into the act and released it, bought the master from Dub Records, released it on his Twin record label. And anyway, I bet you Nat has this record, at least if it's not in his jukebox. I was the accounting controller for a company called LK Comstock, and they were like a division of a company called Railworks. I think they're still in existence, but they ended up going into bankruptcy, and I was the accounting controller. I worked in White Plains, New York, right by the train station, and Nat would come up when there were meetings up at the home office, and he would, I don't know how we got talking about 50's music, but he started asking me questions, and he was like, well, how do you know all this? I said, because I'm a collector. He goes, you are? He goes, do you have dupe? And I sold him. He bought records from me. I bought them into the office. And he would tell me when he was coming up, we had a meeting. After the meeting, he wanted to go to lunch, or he came into my office because I had this big office. I think it was on the 6th floor. And I had like this fishbowl office, and I had it must have been about 18 or 20 people working for me at the time because I was their accounting controller doing all the stuff, whatever. So it was a lot of fun back then, probably back in 1999, possibly. I forget. But anyway, those are memories. But that's for Nat. Nat, there you go. Memories of us our record dealing there. Anyway, let's continue. We are in 1959. Here's one for Tom Shaughnessy watching Johnny G on his big screen TV. Now, I don't know anything about this group. They're called the Sparks. It might be a duet. I'm not sure. We'll listen to it, but because I can't find any info. But it's on Joe Carlton's Carlton label. The tune written and produced by Lee Pockus and Paul Vance, who I think might be this group. I don't know, because they definitely aren't the Sparks that recorded on Hull. But this is from October 59. They're called the Sparks. This is for Tom Shaughnessy. It's on Carlton. The song is called The Genie.
Found a lamp that looks so weird. I rubbed it hard and a genie appeared. Said to the genie, I'll set you free, but first you gotta tell me what you got for me.
I got diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and pearls, a great big harem filled with girls, foreign cars, a two-tone yacht. That ain't the only thing I got. I got hand shoes and pink shoelaces, an LP record that'll never stop. And if that ain't enough for you, I got a permanent supply of cheap up.
I looked that genie right in the eye. I said, now genie, don't you tell a lie. 'Cause if you do in the lamp you stay. Now what did I think I heard you say?
I got diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and pearls. A great big harem filled with girls. Foreign cars, a two-tone yacht, and that ain't the only thing I got. I got hand shoes and pink shoelaces, an LP record that'll never stop. And if that ain't enough for you, I got a permanent supply of cheap-bop, cheap-bop.
I said, now, Jeannie, you can keep them pearls. Keep them diamonds in the harem, girl. But if you want me to set you free, you better get some cheap-bop for me.
I got diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and pearls. A great big harem filled with girls. Foreign cars, a two-tone yacht, and that ain't the only thing I got. I got tan shoes and pink shoelaces, an LP record that'll never stop. And if that ain't enough for you, I got a permanent supply of cheap-bop, cheap-bop. A permanent supply of cheap-bop, cheap-bop. A permanent supply of cheap-bop, cheap-bop.
Cheap-bop, cheap-bop.
Cheap-bop, cheap-bop.
All right, Tom, there you go. That is a duet. If I want to gamble, I would gamble on that, Tom. That's not a group. I think that's a duet. Maybe there's some chorus in the background there, but they're called the Sparks. And I'd say it's Lee Pacus and Paul Vance. That's what I say because they wrote it and produced it. October 59 released The Sparks for Tom Shaughnessy on the Carlton label called The Genie. Johnny G is your Genie DJ here on Saturday evening spinning original vinyl 45s. We're going to join Oldies and More Radio in 2 minutes here. But here's a request for Rick in Philly. This is on Frank Papalardo's Casa Grande record label out of Woburn, Massachusetts. But the group, they're from Brockton, Massachusetts. They have 2 releases on the label. This is their first. Actually, I think it's a B-side of their first because the A-side is called Now It's Your Turn. But this is the flip side. It's a killer ballad. It features Big John Croft on lead. This is for Rick in Philly, August 1960 for the Blends on Casa Grande. It's called Someone to Care. This is for Rick.
Someone to care.
He gave me one heart to share. He gave me one girl for whom to care. All I wanna know, love you so, love you so. He gave me one dream to dream. He gave me one girl for whom to care. All I wanna know, for I love you. love you so.
As going out to Rick in Philly there. That's a nice ballad there by the Blends. Big John Croft on lead. They're out of Brockton, Massachusetts. August night. I say Mississippi, it was Massachusetts. August 1960 on the Casa Grande record label. They also have two as the Fabulous Blends, but I think those are like later presses. Now, I remember buying this 45 from a record dealer. Did anybody ever deal with Mike Michelle out of Boston, Massachusetts, I think? And he had, I met him at a Connecticut, they used to have record shows on Friday nights. So they had it at the White Plains Hotel. I went with a bunch of guys. They told me about they were going, and I met him there. Then I met him up in Connecticut, and he wanted my name. He said, "Can I mail you a set sale list?" And it was I don't like those set sale lists, first come first serve. I'm telling you, I tell Victor it's not going to work for me. But anyway, he would mail it to me, and they were cheap at the time because we're talking about 1985 maybe. So things were like $3 and $5 and $2, and he had a lot of quantity, and he had quantity on this record. So I think I paid like $3 for this 45 that he had it, plus others. But it was unfortunate because he died. He was 45 years old. I think he died of a heart attack a long time ago, unfortunately. I got to go back into my records, my paper records, and pull out some, because I know Nathan Moser, I think I bought from him. Butch Ford, I bought records from. Some of the other guys that I purchased 45s from, that Christopher Ellis, a bunch of other guys there. But anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. We are in 1960, and this next group, they're from Evanston, Illinois. This is a request for listener Jim Lampley. Now, the group, they're called the Foster Brothers, and they date back to 1957 or 56 maybe, I think, with that LB single. But they are also on Mercury, Profile, B&F, and this label, Dilly Records. And I think, no, actually they have one more, Hi My, I think. That might be their later one. But the lead singer on this, I'm pretty sure he's the lead on this song. He was previously the lead singer of the Gems on the Drexel label, and that is Ray Pettis. I think that's him on lead here, but he replaced Laverne Gales, who was previously the lead singer of this group. But this is from August 1960. These are the Foster Brothers for Jim Lampley on the Dilly label. It's called Land of Love.
Take my heart, come and go on a trip with me. We can share perfect harmony right in the land of love. I'll enjoy all the wonders of this great world, 'cause I'm seeing them with the girl that loves just me. We'll hop a plane bound for Paris, visit London town and all. Then we'll fly on to Bombay and see the great Taj Mahal. You'll agree that this romance is very wise, for true love really magnifies and goes on endlessly. We'll hop a plane bound for Paris, visit London town and all. Then we'll fly on to Bombay and see the great Taj Mahal. You'll agree that this romance is very wise, for true love really magnifies and goes on
That goes out to Jim Lampley listening in Texas there. Those are the Foster Brothers from August 1960. It's on the Dilly, if I forgot to mention that, Dilly Records. Song entitled Land of Love. Well, this is the land of the 45 as we welcome in Oldies and More Radio Network here to the Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 to midnight every Saturday night, spinning 1950s and early 60s 45s. We count down the music chronologically here, and we join Oldies and More Radio at midnight. We are in the year 1960 here, and here's another 45 out of 1960 as we head to the West Coast. It's a request for listener Ronnie Sherman, this group originally from San Bernardino, California. And prior to being called this group, they were known as the Pentagons, with the releases on Fleet International, Donna, Jamie, etc. I don't know what George Mottola did with this release, but he decided to change their name, maybe because the Real Shields had a hit with You Cheated in 58. I don't know. Maybe he thought the record buying public might then buy the 45, but they're called the Shields on this release, and he wrote this tune. That is, George Mottola did, and it's on his label. It's Transcontinental. That is the first label. It was second pressed on Falcon Records. Out of the West Coast, but this is on Transcontinental. Now, Joe Jones is the lead singer. I think it's Joe Jones Jr., and of course he was the lead singer of the Pentagons of To Be Loved fame. Here he is now as lead singer of the Shields from April 1960. It's called You'll Be Coming Home Soon. This is for Ronnie Sherman.
Wish on a star way up in the sky, wishing, oh how I'm wishing you'll be coming home soon. Alone in my room, gazing at the moon, wishing that you would call and say you'll be coming home soon. I go to the chapel and pray for your safe return. Each night I light a candle, my love will forever burn. I'm watching the clock that hangs on the wall, wishing that time will change your mind and you'll be coming home soon. La, 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 la. Oh, oh, la, la. Riva, 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 la. Come on.
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman there. That's on the first press. I featured it on Transcontinental. Second pressed on the Falcon label. Both labels out of the West Coast. April 1960. The Shields, a.k.a. the Pentagons, or the Chesterfields also. But that's Joe Jones Jr. on lead. You'll be coming home soon. No, not soon. Maybe around 1 o'clock or so you'll be going home. But let's continue. Let's stay in 1960. Featured the Flamingos earlier on the program on Art Sheridan's Chance record label, but they also recorded for Decca Records. It's unfortunate that none of their Decca releases really made it at all. You would think with a major label that they would find a hit, but they did not. They really didn't find a winning combination until they signed with George Gollner's End record label, and their biggest national hit was the song I Only Have Eyes for You. But this is a request for a listener, Gordy Freeman, in our YouTube chat room. This is their 11th of 16 releases on George Gollner's End record label, and it's actually a cover song originally from 1952, done by Victor Young. This features Terry Johnson on lead. This is from September 1960. The Flamingos, Terry Johnson and the Flamingos on the End label. This is for Gordy, and the song is called When I Fall in Love.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned, feeling as I do. Maybe I am living in the past. But when I meet the right girl, I know I will be true. My first love will be my last.
When I fall in love, it will be forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Or I'll never fall in love. In a restless world like this is, love has ended before it's begun. And too many moonlight kisses seems to cool in the warmth of the sun. I give my heart, it will be completely, or I'll never, never give my heart. And the moment I can feel that you feel that we're two is when I fall in love with you. When I fall in
That's Terry Johnson and the Flamingos there by request for Gordy Freeman, September 1960. That's their 11th release on George Gollner's End record label. When I Fall in Love is the name of the song. Let's stay in 1960. Let's go to Dootsy Williams' Duto record label. He put out some EPs. Joe Shacatano mentioned it in the YouTube chat room there. I don't even know if this is a... Well, this is... I guess it's the right style for 1960. I'm not sure. And I don't have a cover to this, and I don't even know if there was a cover. I think I bought this from Joe Picarero, possibly. I'm not sure. Or somebody showed up at one of the record shows with all... You got to be careful with the Dutone stuff, because that stuff was pressed into the 1970s, and I find it's amusing when you go to eBay and you see them selling, the letter by the Medallions with a zip code, on like a reissue. I guess you can call it a reissue Dutone record label. Of course, there were no zip codes then, so you got to be really careful, you young collectors out there, when you're buying things. It's funny, I get contacted all the time from listeners to say, Johnny, can you check a record on eBay and tell me if it's an original? And sometimes it's hard to check from the picture, but you got to give me the dead wax. As I had a phone call this week from Nick the Knack, and he was talking to me about some records he was selling. And he said, Johnny, I found some records. I go to these garage sales and whatnot, and there was some good records. And I said, well, what do you got in the dead wax? And he was like, well, it says, XX. I says, is there a 45 next to it? He goes, no. I said, well, that's not an original. That is a bootleg. I'm not going to say every record has to have 45. I'm just talking on that specific record. And they call me, can you tell me what's in your dead wax to check on originals? And I'm always willing to do that. But anyway, I like this song because I tested it out. And it's a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. April 1960 release here for Cleve Duncan and the Penguins, and Charlene has it. This is their. Is it the Penguins' 5th EP or the 5th EP on Duto, Charlene? I'm not sure, but there are 4 songs on here, and released in April of 1960, and Timothy requested this one, and I like this song by Cleve Duncan and the Penguins. It's called You're an Angel. Is this the song that was done by the Dutones? I don't know, but let's give it a listen.
And now that you're mine till the end of
That's taken off of a Duto EP. I think it could have come out on Dutone. I don't know. There is a number here, but I think 456. So it has a 45 number. So we can date this one April 1960. That's Cleve Duncan and the Penguins. By request for Timothy. Nice request there, Timothy. Cleve Duncan and the Penguins on Duto, an EP, You're an Angel. That's the first. That's the B-side, first cut on that side. Anyway, John G. babbling on here. Why are they giving me a copyright here? I hope it's not for that. The Flamingos record there. But let's continue. We move into 1961 now with a request for Nat Papagallo, this group best known for their 1960 release on the Fury label. I'm sure you all know that crying song called Valerie, which was their first on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. Nat requested their third, and it features Jackie LaRue on lead. This is from November of 1961. I found this in the wild for 25 cents on the Fury label, Jackie and the Starlights. It's called I Found Out Too Late. This is for Nat.
Place my heart in your care, so no one else could enter into, and I found out too late I made a mistake. Yes, and you, yes, and you, yes, and you. Yes, and you, and I wanted all alone to have and to hold. That was my wish, but now it's grown cold, and I found out too late I made a mistake in you. Chance. Maybe I'm to blame. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not asking for much. You know I love you. You know I love you. I need you, baby.
Well, he's not crying that much on that 45, but that's going out to Nat Papagallo, November 1961. That's Jackie and the Starlights on the Fury label. I Found Out Too Late. Jackie LaRue, the lead singer. Now, Jackie sang lead with the Five Wings that recorded for Sid Nathan's King record label. What are they giving me copyright issues for here? This is like crazy time here already. Really? I mean, come on here. Okay, we are in 1961. Here's a request for listener Kenny Mack. We'll also send it out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room, as he loves this group from Brooklyn, New York, as there were many changes with this group through the years. Their first record came out on the MG record label. It was a song called I Remember. That was back in, I think, December of 57. You may own it on the Rust label, but they have a whole bunch of cool releases that I do have. I think I have everything that they did, even that rare one, that Roses that they do on the Dwayne label. There are two copies of that. There's the green label and the orange label. And I forget, I heard this off of a Redbird oldie compilation the first time. But this is for Kenny Mack, 1961, the 5 discs with John Carbone on lead. It's on the Callow record label. I'm featuring it on that shadow print white label with black print there versus the green stock. Anyway, we'll also send it out to Chuck Mitchell in the chat room. The 5 discs with Adios.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Adios. Till I hold you in my ever-loving dreams. Adios. When I kiss you goodnight.
As for Kenny Mack and Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the 5 disc, John Carbone on lead, 1961, Adios is the name of the tune. It's on the Callow record label. Let's continue here. And here's a request for Ronnie Sherman. This artist, this is on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. This is a rare 45. I had a discussion. Of course, I can't remember. The COVID fog still has me. Charles Baker, he's the artist's name, but I spoke with George about this. We talked who this singer is. This is someone else. And I couldn't remember. I told Charlene to go back and check some of the data files on this. My correspondence with George, I'm going to have to call him tomorrow and ask him. But this is Charles Baker from April 61. This is on the Fury label. This is for Ronnie Sherman. The song is called Darling, Here You Are, for Ronnie.
Lucky me, I'm in ecstasy. since you came into my life. Darling, I'm hoping that someday soon you'll marry me and be my wife. Oh, I remember the day when you were so far away. But since I wished upon that star, darling, here you are. Darling, here you are. Darling, here
That's a great request, Ronnie Sherman, the sound of Charles Baker and group. I'll come back after I talk to George with this. She didn't know what I was saying. I said, Charlene, we got to find out who this is. We were comparing the voices with George. You know what it was? It was the lead singer of the Hurricanes. That's what it was. And I forget the song we compared it to. Who was the lead singer of the Hurricanes, Charlene? That's what it was. Anyway, geez, I'm surprised I remembered that. But anyway, April 1961, Charles Baker on the Fury label, Darling, Here You Are. Paid a lot of money for that, 45. As we continue here, we move into 1962. Where is Sugar Bear Sterling? For this old request, Sugar Bear, I kept this out. I know you weren't tuned in last week, but you are tuned in this week. I'm guessing that this group is out of California because they have two releases on the Eastman label, which is a California label. They're called The Outsiders. And this song was released on that Eastman record label, but I think this is the first press of it on a label called Ellen Records. And it does have a different flip. This is on green vinyl, so it looks pretty cool. You saw it there in the video, but it's from I'm going to say 62. And this is for Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room. There he is. Let's give a listen to The Outsiders. I don't know anything else about this group, but they have two records on the Eastman label, but I think this was picked up by Eastman. The Outsiders on Ellen. It's kind of like a cool teen doo-wop. It's called Rickety Boom Baye. This is for Sugar Bear Sterling.
Took my girl to a dance last night, walked her to the door in the pale moonlight. I leaned to kiss her and hug her goodnight, but here's what she said to me. Rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye. Took my girl to a dance last night, walked her to the door in the pale moonlight, leaned to kiss her, hug her goodnight. My darling, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye, I love you, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye. Is it true you don't love me anymore? You don't want me coming around your door. You don't wanna love and kiss me anymore. I love you, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye. Don't leave me, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye. I love you, baby, you know that I do. I'll never, ever, ever leave you. Why do you say, why do you do, baby? Rickety boom baye, 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 rickety boom baye. Well, I guess you don't like me anymore, so I'm going right out the door. You ain't gonna see me around here anymore. Don't leave me, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye, my darling, rickety boom baye, rickety boom baye. I'll find a girl better than you. She'll love me more than I want her to. And when I try to kiss her, she won't do. Baby, rickety boom baye, 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 rickety boom baye. kiss her, she don't do it. Baby, I love you more. Baby, I got it mine. You know I love you, baby.
As going out, Sugar Bear Sterling there, 1962. We're going to say The Outsiders. It's on the Ellen record label. They don't have the picture on, they don't even show this record on 45 Cat. They do not, but that's Rickety Boom by A. And that one there on the Ellen label, cool looking green vinyl. We'll show it to you again. We are in let's go to 61 now. Here's a request for listener Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room. The group is out of Brooklyn, New York. They had releases on the Watts and the RCA record label. This was their last release. Came out on the Carl Carlton's Carlton record label. The tune written by Richard Barrett. They're called The Impacts. Now, if you own the promo of this, there is a typo. The title says, Darling, Know You're Mine. They forgot the W when they typeset the label because all the stock copies say, Darling, Now You're Mine. That is the full title of the song. But anyway, this is from March 1961. I'm playing the promo, the green or the yellow, the red promo on Carlton. This is for Rick and Philly, The Impacts on Carlton. It's a great tune. It's called Darling, Now You're Mine.
You know, I know, we know what they say. Happiness is hard to find, but I found you. Now you are mine. Whoa. There is nothing more precious than you. They said love was hard to find, but I found love now that you're mine. Darling, now you're mine. Darling, now you're mine.
As going out to Rick and Philly, the great sound of The Impacts there. March 1961, Joe Carlton's Carlton record label, Darling, Know You're Mine. It's supposed to be Now You're Mine. Featured it on the red promo label there. Of course, this group would also record for RCA and Groove as the Blue Chips. Charlene, we needed to check those other releases by The Impacts. The lead singer is on there, I'm pretty sure it is. But anyway, let's continue here. We are in 1961. This group is from the Fort Greene section of Brooklyn, New York, and it's a request for listener Jimmy Amato and it's the group's only release, and of course it's a cover song. This was first recorded back in 1956 by Earl Lewis and the Channels on the Whirling Disc record label. But this is an interesting rendition. This charted number 13 on WABC here in New York City, and it is a female lead. Her name is Carol Berry. Carol Berry, she's the lead singer, but they're males backing her up. This is from August 61, going out to Jimmy Amato. Jimmy, you saw them. Did they play this on that Channel 13 dance show? That's what I'm asking. It's from August 61, The Magnificent Four on the Whale label, their rendition of the tune, The Closer You Are, for Jimmy.
Na 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 Whoop to whoop, na 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 na. The closer you are, the brighter the stars in the sky. And darling, I realize that you're the one in my heart. Na 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 na. My heart is a beating every time you and I meet. My life, my love, my dear, I can reveal that you're the one in my heart to have and to hold.
When I first saw you, I did adore you in your loving way. But then you went away, but now you're back to stay. And my love for you grows stronger every day.
The closer you are, the brighter the stars in the sky. And darling, I realize that you're the one in my Whoop to whoop,
There you go. That's for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. That's the Magnificent Four. Magnificent Four from August 1961. That's on the Whale record label. It's on Styrene. I hate Styrene 45's. I will tell you that much. So when you find that record in the wild, it's usually trashed. It is. But that features female lead, Carol Berry on lead. And that one there called The Closer You Are, the Magnificent Four. Now, this would be reissued on the Blast label in 1963, so maybe some of you collectors have it on the Blast label if you collect that. See, Joe, I told you had that song. Anyway, we are 1961. Let's stay in Brooklyn, New York. You all know this next group. This is a request for Angelo Papagallo, listening in Maine in that snowstorm. Hopefully he didn't lose his power and he's still on. But this is the group's first release, first of 10 on the Belltone record label out of New York City. This charted number 3 on Billboard. This is like the biggest hit for the night for me. This charted number 3 on Billboard, number 1 on the R&B, was also number 1 in lots of places in the United States. KYK in San Francisco, on WABC here in New York, a big number 1 record, written by the lead singer of the group, the late Eugene Pitt. This is from April 61, going out to Angelo Papagallo, the Jive 5, Eugene Pitt and the Jive 5 on Belltone Records, and the tune is called My True Story. This is for Angelo.
There is a story that I must tell of two lovers that I be with. Now they must cry, 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 their blues away. Her name was Sue, yes. His name was Earl. His love was Lorraine. She's a wonderful girl, but they must cry, cry, their blues away. Their blues away. Love will make you happy, and love will make you cry. Love will make the tears fall when your lover says goodbye, and then you'll cry, cry, your blues away. This story ends, yes, it was no lie. Names have been changed, dear, to protect you and I, but we must cry, cry, our blues away. We must
That's the great sound of the Jive 5 there with Eugene Pitt on lead. That's for Angelo Papagallo, April 61 release. That's their first release on the Belltone record label, My True Story. That is a great tune there. Let's continue here. Let's move into 1962 now. This is a request. New listener, Andre of Popcorn Oldies. And it's, I guess we can call this one another teen doo-wop. So those of you that like teen doo-wop, you're going to like this side. I think he heard it on my one of those test shows that I did. And I don't know much about this artist, but it's on Morty Craft's Craft record label. This first came out, I think, or maybe the second press. See, I didn't get a chance to rewrite this one, so Charlene didn't really know. This, the flip side, I should say, comes out on Trans Atlas, which is another Morty Craft label, and I got to check which one is first. So I don't want to talk out of character here, but his name is Donnie Marchand. Donnie Marchand, I think there are girls backing him up. This is from December of 62. This is for Andre of Popcorn Oldies. Donnie Marchand with Along Came Susie. This is the A side of the 45.
I was determined to be a single man, to travel near and far to distant lands. Then along came Susie, with lips like cherry wine. When she looked at me and touched my hand, I knew I'd never be a wandering man. Oh, well, well, oh, well, well, along came
That's going out to Andre of Popcorn Oldies there. That's Donnie Marchand. I didn't get a chance to check the first release or not. December 62. That's on the Kraft label. That's Morty Kraft's Kraft record label. There was a write-up in, I think it was Cashbox Magazine. Actually, there was a big picture of him dancing with his wife, and there was some information there, but I didn't get a chance to get to it anyway. So there you go. That's for Andre. We are in 62. This is a request for Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room, aka Zenith, and this is a hard record to get on its original label, and it's this we stay in Brooklyn, New York. Well, yeah, Brooklyn, New York for this group this group is out of Brooklyn, New York. Again, it's on Morty Kraft's Trans Atlas record label. This would be picked up by Cape Records, which is much easier to find, but it doesn't have the sound effects that you hear in the beginning of the record because they took it off on that Cape release, and Joel knows that. He was trying to stump his DJ Johnny G, but he did not. But anyway, this features Robert Burton on lead. This is from February 62. Let's give a listen to the Cat Ties. The Cat Ties on Trans Atlas for Joel Chandler. This is the original of Walking in the Rain for Joel.
Just walking in the rain, just getting soaking wet. I'm thinking how we met. Somehow I just can't That's going out to Joel Chandler. They're the sound of the Cat Ties. Robert Burton on lead. The Cat Ties, February 1962, on the Trans Atlas record label. Walkin' in the Rain is the name of the tune. This group also had other releases on the Shelley label, also on Atco Records. Also recorded as The Relations on the Cape label and Zell's Records, and also on Davy Jones's record. I'm going to play I'll play a little bit of that Cape release, and you'll see it just starts in. I wonder, though, if it ends. It must end with it. Let's see. Styrene. Let's see if it starts. Just starts off with the vocal, I think. No. Just walking in the rain.
This is the Cape release.
Just getting soaking wet.
If it ends with the lightning and thunder here. Let's see. Wait. No, they took it out at the end too. Wow. There you go. So I played a little bit of the Cape release there, which is much cheaper, by the way. Anyway, Johnny G here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime here on Oldies and More Radio, also live on YouTube. They tell me I got over 900 subscriptions. Thank you all for that. Now we are on 99 away from 1,000. So let's continue here. 1962. Now on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for Ronnie Sherman by the Citations, a group out of Philadelphia. Ronnie requested the A-side of their release called It Hurts Me, but this is the flip. This is the B-side written by the lead singer. His name is William L. Lucas Jr. This is on Donald White's Don L. Records out of Philadelphia, March 62. Let's give this one a spin before it goes back down in the no humidity basement. The Citations on Don L. Records. It's called Kiss in the Night. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we wind down. Those are the Citations out of Philadelphia there. William L. Lucas Jr. on lead, March 1962. Kiss in the Night is the name of that one on Don L. Records. As we spin through these, we stay in 62. This is a request for Kenny Mack. I don't know why I didn't play this on its original label, Kane Records out of New York City, because I have it. But it was picked up by Buddy Caldwell's V-Tone record label. Tune written by Jay Hughes, Leslie Butler, and Dossie Terry. Charlene, we can have the lead singer of this one too. They're called the Tremaines. The Tremaines from August 62. This is for Kenny Mack. The song is called Heavenly, featuring it on the second press V-Tone for Kenny.
You know it's heaven, loving. You know it's heaven, oh, holding you. It seems like heaven. Oh,
Johnny G getting caught here at the end of the show. Those are the Tremaines. That's a nice song, Kenny. Where you getting these songs, Kenny? You're really, this good tunes here you're requesting. August 1962, originally on the Kane label, which I have. And that one there on V-Tones, I featured it. Heavenly is the name of that tune. Let's continue now, and here we go. We move into 1963. This is a request for listener Amnon as we head to Los Angeles, California. This group recorded under various names like the Saxons, the Capris, the Portraits, the Tuxedos, and the Hollywood Saxons. On this release, they are Stan Beverly and the Hollywood Saxons. They also backed up Carlton Beck, who did join the Hollywood Saxons as he was the lead of the Senders on the Entra record label and the Uptones on Loop. But Stan Beverly, he's the lead singer on this one. It's from 1963. We go out to Los Angeles, California to the Entra record label. This is for Amnon, Stan Beverly and the Hollywood Saxons. The song is called Diamonds.
I can buy diamonds, I can buy pearls, emerald is nothing, I know, one and only girl. I have most of everything, yes it's true, and yeah, it's all nothing without you. No money can amend a broken heart. It was my fault, I know. We had to part. I'm so lonely, I don't know what to do. I can't go on without you. Girl, don't you know I love you so? And I'll never, 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 never let you go. Oh, can't you see? You are for me. And I love, yes I love you so. Oh, money can't win a broken heart. It was my fault, I know. We had to part. I'm so lonely, I don't know what to do. I can't go on, no, no, without you.
They're out of California there. That's for listener Amnon. I bought that 45 from Louis Silvani of Times Square Records, 1963, Stan Beverly and the Hollywood Saxons on the Entra label. Song entitled Diamonds. Barbara never asked Johnny G for diamonds. She's, believe me, that's okay with me. As we continue here, let's move into 1964 now. This is a request for Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room as we go back to Chicago, Illinois. This group consisted of two brothers, Willie and O.C. Logan. They initially recorded as the Aqualos back in 1959 on the Mad record label. They do kind of like a yodel song, which is actually pretty good. But they also recorded on the M&M record label as the Aqualos, and they also recorded as the Qualities. The Qualities on the Satyr label. That's a rare, like, Christmas tune. But here they are on Jerry Murray's Jerry-O record label. It's a request for Joel, a.k.a. Zenith in our chat room, February 64, for Willie Logan and the Plaids on the Jerry-O record label. It's a cool tune. It's called You Conquered Me.
Baby, you just don't know why I love ya, love you so. You have conquered me. I held you so very, 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 very tightly. You have conquered me. Yes, and you're mine. My heart is aching. Yes, darling, for I can feel that you are alive. Please, my dear, don't let me wake up, 'cause I'm longing to hold you tight. I'm hurting, baby, because dreams just come and go. Yes, I love ya, love you so. You have conquered me, baby. You know you done it. Yeah, darling, you have conquered me. My love, there's only one thing that I can say, dear, and that is that I love you. Yes, darling, that's all I can say.
Haven't heard that in a long time. That's a good one. Thanks for requesting that one there, Joel. February 64, Willie Logan and the Plaids on the Jerry O record label. You Conquered Me is the name of the tune. No, Johnny G conquered you as we almost wind down here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's flip back to 1963 with this request for Joe Shacatano. Although this group from Harlem, New York, they began back in 1953 recording for Savoy Records, signed with Decca Records. Also, they have releases on the Onyx and Orbit and Cub and MGM labels. And here's one on United Artists. We're talking about the Wanderers, Ray Pollard and the Wanderers. This is their first of two, featuring the great lead of Ray Pollard. This tune written by Larry Weiss and Lockie Edwards Jr. This is for Joe Shacatano from February 63, The Wanderers on United Artists. It's called After He Breaks Your Heart. For Joe.
After he breaks your heart, after he breaks your heart, and you've cried a million heartaches and tasted sorrow that wasted love makes you feel. After he breaks your heart and tears your world apart somehow, then you know the way, then you know the way I'm feeling now. After he breaks your heart, then you'll see what a cold like this is, when empty words and worthless kisses have hurt you. After
see, wait and see.
After he breaks your heart and you've cried a million heartaches and tasted sorrow that wasted love makes you feel. After he breaks your heart and tears your dreams apart somehow, then you know the way, then you know the way I'm feeling. After he breaks your heart, you know the way I'm feeling now.
That's the sound of the Wanderers. Ray Pollard and the Wanderers, the first of two on United Artists from February 63 for Joe Shacatano. After He Breaks Your Heart is the name of the tune. Two more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This group is out of Brooklyn, New York. I think they did, they did three on the Laurie record label. This is their second of three on Laurie, and this is a request for listener. Who requested this? Not here. I think it was who requested this? Jim Lampley? Charlene, I don't have it on here. Darn. From June 1963. I think it was Jim. Jim, I think you requested this. They're called the Charmers. The Charmers from June 63 on the Laurie label with Inez Williams on lead. The song is called I Cried.
But all in vain, the tears that I shed, I can't explain. Since you've gone so far from my side, I guess I'll have to live through another sleepless night. I cried for things I've done. It's all in the game I thought I'd won. Now my tears I find I can't hide. For when you left me, I cried. For things I've done, it's all in the game I thought I'd won. Now my tears I find I can't hide. For when you left me, I
It's June 1963 release there for the Charmers. The Charmers, Inez, what did I say her name was? Inez Williams. She's the lead singer on that. That's the second of three on the Laurie record label. For Jim Lampley, listening in Texas, Song entitled I Cried. Well, it's time for Johnny G to cry. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you have a request, you can send it to me. If I have the 45, I'll feature it for you here on the program. Lots of requests coming in, folks. Thank you all for the correspondence each week, too. The DJs love to get correspondence from the listeners, but you can do that. That is for sure. But we'll be back next Saturday night at 9 p.m. We did an hour of overtime. Actually, it's almost out of 1:21. I'm missing my show, Joe Shacatano. But that's going to do it, folks, tonight. If you missed any of the program, it'll be back on YouTube right after I sign off here. The archive usually shows up with no chat, and you can watch it. But if I get a copyright issue, they'll pull it down, and you won't be able to see it until I remove some songs, unless they block it totally. I'm beholden to the YouTube police. But that's going to do it, folks, tonight. If you don't see the show posted, you can always go to vinyltreasures.net. At the bottom of the web page, there's a link that'll take you to the archives, where I have streaming archives there. They're by date, they're by month. You'll see the months for the specific years, and you can click any of the shows there. You don't have a visual, but you do have a sound. So that's the stream show. But anyway, that's going to do it for tonight. We're going to close the show tonight with the request for Joel, a.k.a. Zenith, Joel Chandler, in our YouTube chat room. This group is out of Los Angeles, California. They formed while they were attending Mount Vernon High School, junior high school in Los Angeles, California. They were called the Valaquans, which translates to, they're a Latino group that transfers to the cool ones. And according to Steve Prope's book, the LA book. But anyway, he had the record from 62. I think Freddie Gonzalez has 64. This sound would have not made it in 1964, so maybe it is 1962. But it's on the Laguna label, and the lead singer on this, his name is Joe Thomas. He's the lead singer. This is a rare 45, Joel, if you're looking for a real one. Maybe it was booted. You might be able to pick it up. 1964, we'll say the Valaquans is our closer tonight for Joel Chandler on Laguna. It's called Teardrops. So there you go. I Cried, and we're closing with Teardrops. That's it, folks. Johnny G's out of here. I'll see you here next Saturday at 9 o'clock. If you're new to the program, be sure to subscribe. Also, those of you watching on the archive, please be sure to give me a thumbs up. Even if you're watching on the archive, I get like 900 views on the archive. I should be getting 900 thumbs up, I think. If you like it, if you're tuned in. But anyway, to please subscribe. Definitely, that is most important, to subscribe and click the bell to get notifications. I'll be on this coming Wednesday night here on YouTube, and also broadcasting simultaneously live on Oldies and More Radio. It's 1960s soul 45s out of my collection. So if you like the soul music, tune into that show on Wednesday nights. It's also archived here on YouTube. Well, I'm out of here. I'm beat. I'll see you here next Saturday. If not, I'll see some of you on Wednesday evening, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Everybody have a safe and happy week. I'll see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say so long. Here you go, Joel. This is for you.
Teardrops fell from my eyes. Teardrop fell from my eyes. Now I know why those teardrops fell. Teardrops fell from my eyes. Oh, darling, do you remember the promise
mine for the rest of my life, and maybe someday you'd become my wife. Oh, teardrops fell from my eyes. Oh, darling, I didn't lie. I was true to you, but you played me for a fool. Oh, those teardrops fell from my eyes last night.